All right, welcome to Wildcat Varsity Bowling. We've got our Baker Bash today at River City Bowlaway, Napoleon, Ohio. Quick rundown of the lane assignments. We've got Liberty Center, this is for the girls. We've got the Liberty Center's JV and then the Liberty Center Varsity on lanes 1 and 2. Perrysburg and Evergreen on lanes 3 and 4. Defiance and Anthony Wayne on lanes 5 and 6. Wauseon and Springfield on lanes 7 and 8. And then on lanes 9 and 10, we've got Eastwood and our very own Napoleon girls. There is a separate live stream going for the boys match. Just to give you a quick rundown on those, we've got lanes 15 and 16, Napoleon and Defiance. 17 and 18 are Springfield and Perrysburg's JV boys team. 19 and 20 are Wauseon and Evergreen. 21 and 22, Liberty Center and Eastwood. And 23 and 24, Anthony Wayne and Perrysburg Varsity. All right, we've got Eastwood up here with their first shot on lane 9, and they get started with a strike. Looks like we've got Carly Hohenbrink starting things out for the Lady Cats. And she ends up going through the nose, ends up leaving the 4-7-9. Not a good way to start. Eastwood picks up 9 on lane 9, leaving the 6-pin. Carly now, spare attempt, trying to get at least 2 here. Oh, she just missed that. Hold that a little bit. Wauseon down lane 7 gets a washout. The 1-2-4-7 or 1-4-2. Can't talk today. 1-2-4 and 10. Sophia Core's up now for the Lady Cats, and she gets that one started a little too far outside. Eastwood now, lane 9. And they pick up 8, leaving the 4-8. Sophia now, second ball. So today's format will be bowling a total of 10 Baker games. The ladies will stay on the lanes that they're assigned to. After the 10, they will cut from 10 teams down to, I believe it's the top 6. And then they'll bowl 2 additional Baker games and cut again to the top. I don't know. I don't remember if it's the top 2 or the top 4. Ella Fox up now, and she ends up splitting and ends up leaving the 4-6-7-10. Eastwood gets 7 on lane 9, leaving the 1-2-4. Ella will be trying to pick up at least 2 here. Second ball. And that's what she does. She picks up the 6-10. Napoleon off to a little bit of a rough start here, but it is a long day. We've got 10 Baker games. They just need to take a deep breath, focus on their target, stay relaxed. Jalen Rupel now up on lane number 10. Eastwood missed their spare attempt on lane number 9. Jalen picks up 9, can't get the 10-pin to drop. All right, if somebody out there can give me a heads up in the chat and let me know you guys can hear me all right. Springfield picks up 7 on lane 8. There's Jay's spare ball, picks up the 10-pin, no problem. Eastwood now. gets 7, ends up leaving the 2-4-5 on lane 9. Spencer Schweiger up now for the Lady Cats. And Spencer gets them all to fall. That was a nice ball. Strike for Spencer. That brings us back around to the top of the order. Carly. Eastwood misses their spare. Wauseon picks up their spare on lane 7. Carly now. There we go. Carly with a strike. Back-to-back strikes now for the Lady Cats. Thank you for the shout out. I know you guys can hear me just fine. All right, Sophia back up. This is her second ball. This one will pick up another 3 pins. All right, Sophia now, second ball. Springfield misses their spare attempt on lane number 8. And Sophia gets that one started a little too far outside. Eastwood getting 8 on lane 9, leaving the 1-2. Ella up now for Napoleon. And Ella gets another 4, 6, 7, 10. Looks like the ball might be picking up just a little bit. She's going to have to move her feet to adjust. Eastwood picks up the spare on lane number 9. Ella once again trying to pick up 2 here. And she picks up 6-10 again. Eastwood gets that one started a little too far outside on lane 9. Springfield now up on lane 8. That one will come in light, ends up leaving the 1-2-7. Now we got Jalen. Jalen with a strike for Napoleon on lane number 10. Eastwood picking up a couple more. All right, picking up 6 pins, I'm sorry, yeah. Springfield picks up 1 more. Eastwood pulls that one. Missed the head pin, leaves the 1-3-9. Now we got Spencer. Got 9 on her first ball in the 10th. Left the 10 pin. Picks that up. She'll get 1 more. So I see, let's see, it's either Liberty Center or Liberty Center JV. Finished with a 107. The other, I'm assuming the varsity will finish with a max of 132 depending on their 10th ball. Spencer picks up 8 more, and Napoleon will finish the first Baker game with a 120. Eastwood finished up with a 100. think they're waiting for the rest of the field to finish their first Baker game. As I get the scores, I'll relay them to you. So, yeah, lane 1, we've got 132. Lane 2, 107. That's the Liberty Centr JV and Liberty Centr Varsity. Wauseon finished with a 124 on lane number 7. Strike there from Springfield, or I'm sorry, a spare from Springfield. Picks up the additional 9 pins in lane 8. Carly getting it started in the second Baker game. Picks up 9, leaves the 10 pin. Eastwood pulls that one, crosses the head pin, gets 3. Carly now, spare attempt. She's got it. Springfield gets 6 on the first ball in the 9th. This is the first Baker game for them. Looks like Perrysburg finished with a 122. Defiance looks like they finished with a 136. Looks like we've got Ashlyn in now in the second spot. She picks up 8, leads the 1-2. Anthony Wayne picks up 9 down on lane number 6 in the first ball of their 10th frame in the first Baker. Eastwood gets a strike there on lane number 10. Ashlyn Highfield, her spare ball coming up. Oh, just missed the head pin. She picks up 1 out of the 2. Springfield picks up 9 to start the 10th in the first Baker. Eastwood gets 9. That's the third frame, I believe, in the second Baker for them. Ella Fox now. There, she's made the adjustment on that lane. Strike for Ella. Let's see, we've got Tenora with 109. We've got Anthony Wayne with 98. And Springfield finished with a 118. Jalen now picks up 8, leaves the 2-8. So 136 was the high game for the first Baker, and that belonged to, I believe it was Defiance. So even though the Lady Cats got off to a rough start, they're only about 16 pins back. They should be able to make that up. Jalen now, spare attempt. Looks good, got it. Eastwood with the 6-7-10 split, and she gets that started too far outside. That'll be a 7 count in the 4th frame for them. That's their second Baker game. Wauseon, second ball, first frame on lane 8. Picks up 7. Eastwood with a nice ball for a strike in the 5th. Spencer Schweiger now, Napoleon, lane 9. Oh, that's ugly. Leaves the 5-7-10. Eastwood picks up 4 down on lane number 10. Spencer now. And she won't get any additional. That's 7 count in the 5th frame for Napoleon. Springfield now, lane 7. This is their second frame, second Baker. Gets that one started left. She'll pick up, looks like 8, leaving the 1-3. Carly gets 5 on that first ball in the 6th frame, leaving the, what's that, the 2, 4, 5, 7, and 8. So basically the left side of the rack. Springfield picks up their spare. Carly, spare attempt, gets 3 out of the 5. Eastwood comes in light, gets 6. Ends up leaving the 1, 2, 4, and 8. Ashlyn up for Napoleon on lane 9. She gets that one started a little bit too far outside. Eastwood will pick up 1 additional pin on lane 10. Wauseon picks up 3 out of the 4 on their spare attempt. A total of 9 in the 3rd frame, second Baker game. Ashlyn now, second ball. And she'll pick up 8. Springfield picks up 1 more out of their spare attempt on lane 7. And there's a split for Wauseon, leaving the 5-7 on lane number 8. Now we've got Ella up, lane number 9. Comes in just a little bit light, ends up leaving the 4-5, or I'm sorry, the 2-4-5-7. Eastwood with a nice ball for their spare on lane number 10. Wauseon picks up 1 out of the 2 on lane number 8. Ella now, spare attempt. Oh, she gets that one a little bit light, doesn't carry, picks up 1 out of 4. Eastwood picks up 9, that's in the 9th frame for them, first ball. Wauseon picks up 9 on lane number 8, leaving the 9 pin. Jalen up now for Napoleon. And a strike for Jalen. So I see scores of 169. That's for one of the Liberty Center teams. It's the only one that's completed the second game so far. Spencer now. She's a little light on that. Ends up getting 8. Leaves the 2-8. Eastwood leaving the 7 pin behind. Spencer picks up 1 additional, and they'll finish with 122 in the second Baker for Napoleon. Defiance missed their spare attempt on lane number 6. That's a 6th frame in Baker game number 2. Eastwood finishes with 127 in the second Baker game. got Springfield and Wauseon in the 6th and 7th frame of the second Baker. Same for Defiance and Anthony Wayne. We've got Perrysburg and Evergreen just about finished up. They're in the 9th and 10th frames. Wauseon, nice spare pickup there on lane number 8. And Springfield with a nice spare there in lane number 7. And looks like the other Liberty Center team finished with a 99. Let's see. Evergreen is throwing the last ball in the 10th right now for their second Baker game. Carly now getting ready to start the third Baker game. Starts out with a strike. Evergreen finishes with a 149 in the second Baker game. Looks like Ashlyn will stay in the number 2 slot. Lets it go. That one hits heavy, ends up splitting, leaving the 7 and looks like maybe the 6-7. Yeah, the 6-7. There's 7 for Springfield on lane number 7. Wauseon started the 10th with a strike. They also have strikes in the 8th and 9th. That's the second strike in the 10th for Wauseon. There's 9 for Defiance, leaving the 10 pin. Perrysburg finished the second Baker game with a 118. Ashlyn will not pick up any additional pin count. It's 8 in the second for her. That'll bring up Ella Fox. Eastwood will pick up 7, leaving the 2-4-5. Ella lets her ball go. Oh, good looking ball. Leaves the 10 pin behind, standing though. Wauseon finishes the second Baker game with an impressive 175. Eastwood picks up 1 additional pin. That'll be a total of 8 in the third for them. Ella takes care of the spare there. Springfield picks up 9, leaves a 10 pin on lane number 7. Spencer in now, the number 4 slot. There's a strike for Spencer. They'll bring Jalen up in the number 5 spot now. Springfield picks up their spare. They'll get 1 more. That's their 10th frame. Jalen lets it go. Solid 10 pin for Jalen. Eastwood with a strike on lane number 9. That's the 5th frame. Third Baker game. Let's see, I've got scores of 101. I believe that would be for Anthony Wayne, and 91 I think it was for Defiance. Can't tell if I think they've switched lanes already. Springfield finishes the second Baker game with a 146. Carly with a strike there in the sixth frame. Jalen had picked up her spare in the fifth. That'll bring up Ashlyn again. Eastwood converts their spare on lane number 9. That's their sixth frame, third Baker game. That one comes in light for Ashlyn. She picks up 5, leaving the 1, 2, 4, 7, and 9. There, Defiance picks up a spare on lane number 5. Ashlyn now, her spare attempt on lane 10. Oh, picks up 3 out of the 5. I thought she had it. Didn't quite get it far enough left. Defiance with a split, 5-7 down on lane 5. Anthony Wayne won't pick up their spare on lane number 6. Ella with a strike for Napoleon on lane number 10. And a strike for Eastwood on lane number 9. Wauseon, that one hit heavy, ends up leaving the 3-10 baby split. Spencer starts out the ninth frame with 7, leaving the 2-4-5. Eastwood hits light, ends up leaving the 1-2-4. Defiance missed their spare attempt down on lane number 5. Now Spencer's spare attempt. She's got it. Eastwood picks up 1 more on lane number 9, total of 8. Jalen to start 10th frame now, third Baker game. And she starts out with a strike. I think Napoleon is starting to relax here, find their mark. And another strike for Jalen. That's 2 strikes in the 10th now. Eastwood picks up their spare. They'll get 1 more. They're in the 10th frame. Liberty Center, Varsity and JV, I'm not sure which is which, finishes the third Baker with a 137 and a 128. Jalen, last ball, and they get all... She gets all of them to drop for a strike. So the Lady Cats will finish the third Baker game with a 182. Eastwood finishes the third Baker game with a 115. Defiance gets 9, leaves the 10 pin down on lane number 5. Let's see, Perrysburg and Evergreen are in the 5th and 6th frames of this third Baker game. Defiance and Anthony Wayne are in the 4th and 5th frame. Wauseon and Springfield are on the 3rd and 4th. Liberty Center is just starting the 4th Baker game now, and Napoleon and Eastwood will be starting the 4th Baker game. As I get some scoring updates for the field, both the boys and the girls, I will relay them to you. I think they're collecting scores every 3rd Baker game, so the score sheets are just starting to come in now. Eastwood starts the 4th Baker game with an 8, leaving the 4-7. Carly now, she picked up 9 on her first ball, left the 10 pin, gets that one started outside. Must have pushed it. Mr. Mark or something. Eastwood misses their spare attempt. Ashland now. That one comes in light, leaves the 1-2-8, picks up 7. Springfield with 9, leaving the 5 pin. Wauseon picks up their spare on lane number 7. It's the 5th frame, 3rd Baker game. Evergreen on a tear. They've got strikes in the 7th, 8th, and 9th frame, moving into the 10th of the 3rd Baker. And Ashland pulls that one, won't get any more. Eastwood picks up their spare on lane number 10. Springfield picks up their spare, lane number 8. That'll bring up Ella now for Napoleon. Oh, looked like a good ball. Ends up leaving a split, the 5-7. Got to hit this on the right side, drive the 5 back into the 7. Springfield with 9, leaves the 10 pin. Ella now, spare attempt. Nope, gets that one started too far to the right. She'll end up with 8 for the frame. Evergreen ends up with a 144. They go 7 spare, 7 in the 10th. Eastwood gets 9, leaves us the 5 pin. Spencer now up 4th frame, 4th Baker game for Napoleon. And she gets 6, leaves the bucket, the 2, 4, 5, 8. Wauseon almost gets them all to drop, gets everything but the 5 pin, pick up 9 for the frame. That was her second ball. Eastwood missed their spare attempt on lane number 10. Spencer picks up 3 out of the 4. Misses their spare attempt there on lane number 8. Jalen picks up 9, leaves the 4 pin. That's the 9th frame, or no, I'm sorry, the 5th frame. 5th frame, 4th Baker game. Looks like Perrysburg ends up with a 96 for the 3rd Baker game. Wauseon with a nice ball there for a strike in the 9th frame, 3rd Baker game. Jalen won't get the spare. Strike for Eastwood, 6th frame on lane number 10. Carly now up on lane number 9. And a solid 10-pin for Carly. Leading again. Eastwood with 9, leaving the 3-pin. Defiance getting ready to throw the last ball in the 10th for the 3rd Baker game. And she gets a strike. They'll finish with a 112. And Anthony Wayne will finish with a 75. Wauseon with strikes in the 9th and 2 strikes in the 10th, getting ready to throw her last ball in the 3rd game. Carly picked up her spare. Ashlyn waits for the lane to her left to clear. Wauseon gets 9 on their final ball. Ashlyn gets 6, leaving the 1-2-3-5. Wauseon finished the 3rd Baker game with a 126. Ashlyn gets 3 out of the 4 on her spare attempt. Eastwood misses their spare attempt in the 8th frame. It's 4th Baker game. Ella now up lane number 9. And she gets a strike. Liberty Center's already done with game number 4. It looks like they're, again, I can't tell if this is varsity or junior varsity, but one of the teams put up a 201. I'm assuming it's the varsity. Spencer gets 9, gets a 10-pin to wobble, but it won't drop. Springfield picks up the 10-pin. They'll finish the 3rd Baker game with a 137. Jalen up now. Ends up hitting a little light, leaves the 2-5. Looks like Spencer did not convert the spare in the 9th. Eastwood misses their spare attempt. Jalen will chop, picks up 1, and Napoleon will finish with a 104 in the 4th Baker game. Eastwood finished with a 120. The other Liberty Center team finished with a 183. So we had a 201 and a 183 for Liberty Center, varsity and JV. Springfield can't convert the spare on lane number 7. Wauseon now, lane number 8. Both of them in their 4th Baker game. Wauseon gets a 10-pin to drop for the strike. Defiance won't pick up their spare at lane number 6 and 7, or 6, yeah, 6 for the frame. There's a strike for Anthony Wayne on frame number 5 of the 4th Baker game. Springfield with 6, leaving the 1, 2, 5, and 9. Carly starts us out for this is Baker game number 5 with 9, leaving a 10-pin. Eastwood with 9, leaving the 6-pin, or I'm sorry, the 3-pin. Carly, spare attempt. She's got it, converts. Wauseon picks up their spare on lane number 8. Wauseon with 7. Ashlyn with 7, leaving the 2, 4, 5. Ashlyn now, spare attempt. And she picks up the spare. Nicely done. Eastwood picks up 5 more. That'll give him a total of 8 in the 2nd frame. Wauseon with 9, leaving a 10-pin. Ella now, lane number 10. And they all fall down for a strike. Defiance splits, ends up leaving the 4-6 on lane number 6. Eastwood picks up their spare on lane number 9. Spencer gets 9, leaves the 10-pin. Springfield picks up their spare on lane number 7. Eastwood splitting on lane number 9, leaving the 5-10. Spencer converts the 10-pin. 4 marks in a row now for the Lady Cats. This is their 5th Baker game. Remember, we're going to do 10 Baker games and then cut the field basically in half. 10-6. Eastwood won't convert their spare on lane 9. Jalen now, lane number 10 for the Lady Cats. And another strike for Jalen. Carly now for Napoleon. And Carly can't get the 10 pin to drop. Wauseon with a spare on lane number 8. Evergreen ends up with a 119 in the 4th Baker game. Perrysburg will end up with a 125 in the 4th Baker game. Defiance and Anthony Wayne are still in the 4th Baker game. So are Wauseon and Springfield. Eastwood picks up 1 additional. That's 8 total in the 6th. Ashland now up for Napoleon. That one comes in light. Gets 7, ends up leaving the 125. Eastwood doesn't get that one, pushes that one to start. Ashland now, her spare attempt. She's got it. Ella up now for Napoleon, lane number 10. And a strike for Ella. Eastwood with 7 and it splits, leaving the 2-4-10. Wauseon picks up their spare in the 9th frame, 4th Baker game. Anthony Wayne finished with a 126 in the 4th Baker. Spencer gets 8, but it splits, leaving the 4-9. Eastwood finishes the 8th frame with a total of 7. And Spencer picks up 1. Defiance finishes the 4th Baker game with a total of 90. Eastwood picks up 3 in the night for the 5th Baker game. Jalen with a strike in the 10th frame, 5th Baker game. Springfield gets 9, leaving the 5 pin on lane number 7. Eastwood gets all but 1 on their spare attempt. They'll have 9 in the 9th. Wauseon picks up their spare, and they'll finish the 4th Baker game with a total of 144. Jalen with another strike. 2 strikes in the 10th now for Jalen. Jalen's last ball here. And another strike for Jalen. That's 3 in a row now. 192 for the 5th Baker game for Napoleon. Eastwood, looking at a 4, 6, 7, 10 in the 10th. Won't pick up any additional. They'll finish the 5th Baker game with a 100. Down on lanes 1 and 2, we've got Liberty Center finishing up with a 149 for one team and 153 for the other. We've got Wauseon finished game number 4 with 144. And Springfield finished with a 129, I believe. All right, Carly starts out with 8 on the game number 6, leaving the 6-10. Spare attempt coming up. And she picks that one up. Nicely done. Eastwood gets 9. 10-pin doesn't go down. Ashlyn up now for Napoleon. Lane number 9. And she gets 8, leaving the 6-10. Eastwood picks up their spare on lane 10. Springfield won't convert on lane 8. Wauseon picks up 6, leaving the 1-2-4-9 on lane 7. Ashlyn misses her spare attempt. Eastwood picks up 6. Ella up now for Napoleon. Oh, nice ball. Leaves the 10-pin standing. This is the 6th Baker game for Napoleon and Eastwood. Liberty Center, both varsity and JV, are on the 6th game. The remaining teams are in the middle of their 5th game. Eastwood picks up 2 additional. Ella now, spare attempt. And she covers it. Springfield just missed their spare attempt on lane number 6. Springfield gets 7 on lane number 8, leaving the 2-4-5. Eastwood leaving a 3-10 baby split down on lane number 10. Spencer up now in the number 4 slot for Napoleon. And a 9-pin won't drop. That was a good looking ball. Anthony Wayne getting 9 on lane number 6, leaving a 7-pin. Eastwood doesn't convert their spare. Springfield picks up the 2-4-5. Nicely done. Wauseon now, lane 7. Picks up 9. Spencer's spare attempt, lane number 9. Gets it. Eastwood leaving a 5-pin, gets 9. Springfield also leaving a 5-pin, gets 9 on lane number 8. Jalen Ruppel up now for Napoleon. And she gets the 7-pin to go down late for a strike. Seven teetered and tottered and decided it was going to go down. Springfield picks up a spare. Eastwood with a nice ball for a strike down on lane 10. Carly now, lane 9. That one hits heavy, ends up leaving the 610. All right, I've got an update on the boys. Right now in the lead is Springfield with 600. Anthony Wayne with a total of 579. Napoleon in third, 568. Evergreen fourth, 560. Defiance, 541. Liberty Center, 519. Perrysburg, 516. Wauseon, 500. Eastwood, 495. And not sure Anthony Wayne. It looks like I don't have a score for Anthony Wayne. Oh, there's two Anthony Waynes. I'm sorry. Anthony Wayne was 579. All right, for the girls, right now I've got Wauseon in number 1, 425. A single pin behind is Napoleon with 424. Liberty Centr JV team at 404. Evergreen at 402. Springfield at 401. Liberty Centr 368. Eastwood 342. Defiance 339. Perrysburg 336. And Anthony Wayne 274. All right, so Carly had an 8 spare in the 6th. Ashlyn 8 and a single pin for the 7th. And that brings up Ella, lane number 9. And she ends up leaving a 5-7 split. Eastwood leaving a 2-8. Ella had this split in an earlier game. Let's see if she can convert it here. Nope, missed to the right. She'll end up with 8 for the 8th frame. Springfield with 8, leaving the 4-7. Eastwood won't convert their spare. They'll pick up 1 additional for a total of 9. Spencer with a strike. Nice ball from Spencer. And Eastwood picks up a strike to start the 10th frame. Wauseon's got strikes in the 8th and the 9th. They'll get 9 to start the 10th, leaving the 3-pin. Jalen now, lane number 9. Oh, solid 10-pin. Eastwood starts that one too far to the outside on their second ball, 10th frame. Jalen picks up her spare. See, we've got Defiance with 90. Anthony Wayne has got 90 in the 10th frame. Defiance picks up their spare in the 9th frame. Napoleon finishes the 6th Baker game with 160. Eastwood puts up 140. Wauseon puts up 159 in the 5th Baker game. Springfield will start their 10th frame now. Springfield gets a strike to start the 10th frame. Defiance picks up their spare. They'll get one more in the 10th. Carly now got 8 on her first ball, picks up the spare. Carly picks up the spare. Eastwood with 7, leaving the 2-4-5. Ashland gets 8, ends up leaving the 5-5-8. Springfield finishes the 5th Baker game with a 166. Yeah, the 5th Baker game. Looks like 6th Baker game is finished for Liberty Center. We've got 160 and 129. Is that this? Yeah, they're just starting the 7th. Napoleon and Eastwood are on the 7th Baker game. Ella's up now, lane number 10. And she gets them all to drop for a strike. Wauseon picks up 6 on their first ball in lane number 8. Eastwood picks up 1 of 2 on their spare attempt in the 4th frame, 7th game. Wauseon in the 6th game. Springfield started out with a strike in the 1st frame. That one ends up getting pulled, picks up 6. Spencer getting 8, leaves the 3-6. Eastwood picks up 5 on their first ball, lane number 9. Springfield picks up 3 out of 4. Spencer chops, takes out the 3, leaves the 6 standing. Eastwood picks up 2 out of the 5. Total of 7 in the 4th frame, 7th Baker game. Jalen now for Napoleon. Again, solid 10-pin. Eastwood with a nice ball there on lane number 9 for a strike. Jalen, spare attempt, has it. Carly up, lane number or frame number 6. And a strike for Carly. Wauseon with back-to-back strikes in the 3rd and 4th frames of game number 6. Up now for Napoleon, lane number 10. And it splits on her, leaving the 6-7-10. Defiance with a spare on lane number 6. Ashland picks up 2 out of 3. About all you can do with that one. Springfield gets them all to drop for a strike on lane number 7. Wauseon picks up 7, leaving the 1-2-4. Ella now, lane number 10. She gets them all to drop for a strike. Eastwood ends up picking up 9. Leaves the 5-pin. Springfield with back-to-back strikes now. It's on lane number 7 in the 5th and 6th frames of the 6th Baker game. Spencer up now. This is the 9th frame, 7th Baker game for them. And Spencer with a strike. Back-to-back strikes for the Lady Cats now. And Eastwood picks up their spare in the 8th frame. Jalen now gets them all to drop for a strike. 3 strikes now in a row for the Lady Cats. Wauseon picks up 9, leaves the 10-pin. Eastwood with 7, leaving the 2-4-8, it looks like. Jalen now, second ball. And another strike for Jalen. Jalen now, last ball, 10th frame, 7th Baker game. And she gets 8, and Napoleon will finish the 7th game with a 2-0-2. Eastwood now, last ball, 10th frame. Springfield gets 8 down on lane number 7. Eastwood gets a strike, and then they will finish with 119 in the 7th Baker game. Springfield picks up their spare in the 9th. That's their 9th to 6th game. Wauseon, spare in the 10th, picks it up. They'll get one more. Liberty Center teams finished with a 153 in the 8th Baker, or I'm sorry, the 7th Baker. And the other Liberty Center team will finish with 121. Anthony Wayne finishes the 6th Baker with a 108. Wauseon finishes with a 179 in the 6th Baker game. Springfield finishes with a 144. Carly starts out with a strike for Napoleon. Sophia back in. Defiance with 9 in the 10th on lane number 6. And Sophia with a nice looking ball picks up 8, leaves the 6-10. Wauseon starts out the 7th Baker game with a strike. Defiance picks up the spare in the 10th frame of the 6th Baker. Springfield gets 9. Spare for Eastwood on lane number 10. Sophia up now, her spare attempt. Just misses. Wauseon with 9, leaving a 7-pin. They had 2 strikes in a row, and then the 9. Springfield misses their spare attempt. Ella up now, lane number 9 for Napoleon. That one hits heavy, but it carries for the strike. Eastwood now, their spare attempt. Picks it up. Nice ball. Defiance finished with a 109. I think I said Anthony Wayne finished with a 108. That's the 6th Baker game. Spencer up now. Frame number 4. And leaves a 9-pin standing. Eastwood gets 8, ends up leaving a 5-7 split. Springfield looking at a 6-7-10 split on lane number 8. Her spare attempt coming up. And she'll push that one up to the right. Spencer now, spare attempt. She's got it. Eastwood picks up 1 out of the 2 on lane number 10. Springfield starts that one a little left, picks up, misses the head pin, leaves the 1-3-6, gets 7. Eastwood missed the head pin, leaves the 1-2-8. Wauseon misses the head pin, leaves the 1-2-4. Jalen up now. And Jalen will leave the 2-5-8. Springfield picks up 2 out of the 3 on her spare attempt. Eastwood, spare attempt on lane number 10, picks up 2 out of the 3. Wauseon picks up their spare on lane number 7. Jalen, her spare attempt now, and picks up 2 out of 3. Springfield splits, ends up leaving the 4-9, gets 8. Carly back up on lane 9 for Napoleon. Wauseon with 9. Carly gets the 5 pin to drop, leaving just the 7 behind. She'll get 9. Eastwood can't convert their spare on lane 10. Carly now, spare attempt is successful. Bring up Sophia now, lane number 9. Wauseon with a strike. That's the 8th frame, 7th Baker game, lane number 7. Sophia now ends up getting 8, leaving the 4-7 behind. Springfield gets 9, leaves a 5 pin. Wauseon gets 9, leaving a 5 pin on lane number 7. Anthony Wayne picks up 6-10 on lane number 6. Springfield picks up the 5 pin on lane number 8. Sophia now, spare attempt for her. Wauseon converts their spare. Sophia converts her spare. Nice ball, Sophia. Eastwood, spare attempt, picks that up. Springfield gets 9, leaves the 4 pin behind. Eastwood, they're on their 10th frame, 8th Baker game. And starts out the 10th with a strike. Ella now, 8th frame, 8th Baker game. Comes in heavy, leaves the 6-10, gets 8. Anthony Wayne will get 2 out of the 3. I'm sorry, they'll get 3 out of the 4. Springfield can't convert. Ella now, her spare attempt. Picks that one up. Springfield gets about 5. Spencer now. 9th frame. Gets a strike. Spencer with a nice ball to the pocket. Drops all 10. Wauseon finishes the 7th Baker game with a 181. Looks like 7th game scores for Perrysburg and Evergreen, 158 and 132. Not sure which way that is, if they've switched yet or not. Jalen starts out the 10th frame with 9. She's got her spare attempt here. She covers it. She'll get one more. Defiance with 7, down on lane number 5. Ends up leaving the 136. Jalen now, last ball, 10th frame. Eastwood finished with a 138 in the 8th Baker game. Jalen gets a split, good place to leave it. Napoleon will finish with a 166 in Baker game number 8. So it looks like Perrysburg must have had the 158 and Evergreen had the 132 for the 7th Baker game. Defiance and Anthony Wayne are getting ready to finish up the 7th Baker game. They're in the 9th frame. Springfield is in the 9th frame of the 7th Baker game. All right. After 6 Baker games, we've got Liberty Center's JV girls in first place with 918. Wauseon in second place with 907. Napoleon in third with 880. Evergreen in fourth with 848. Springfield with 840. Liberty Center's varsity team 829. Eastwood 702. Defiance 681. Perrysburg 680, and Anthony Wayne 598. Those are the girls' totals. For the boys, after 6 Baker games, we've got Napoleon in the lead with 1149, Springfield with 1140, Anthony Wayne with 1097, Evergreen 1085, Liberty Center 1081, Defiance 1069, Eastwood 1062, Perrysburg 1055, and Wauseon with 899. So Napoleon started out with a strike from Carly. Sophia picked up 7 on her first ball, getting ready to bowl her second ball. Waiting for Eastwood's bowler first to pick up her spare. And she won't. She'll Finish the second frame of the 9th Baker game with 8. Now Sophia. And she picks up 2. Ella up now, 3rd frame, 9th Baker game. She gets 7, leaves the 2-4-5. Anthony Wayne with 117, Defiance with 136. I don't believe they've switched lanes yet. Springfield, I didn't catch the score before they flipped. Ella now, spare attempt, picks up 2 out of the 3. Wauseon missed their spare attempt. Eastwood picks up 7 there, leaving the 1-3-8. Spencer now, 10th, lane number 10. Ends up leaving a 9-pin, gets 9. Spencer picks up her spare. Eastwood leaves the 6-10. Springfield gets 9 and leaves the 5-pin standing on lane number 7. Wauseon also looks like a 5-pin standing and attempting the spare now. Jalen leaves all, or gets all but the 10-pin. It's 9 on her first ball. Wauseon missed their spare. Eastwood picks up the 6-10. Jalen now, spare attempt. She's got it. Eastwood will pick up about 3 on lane number 9. Carly coming up for the second time on game number 9. Wauseon missed the 7-pin. Sophia up now. Carly with a strike a moment ago. Sophia ends up splitting, leaves the 7-9. She'll try to pick up at least 1 here. Sophia picks up 1. Eastwood now, they've got a spare attempt on lane number 9. Springfield picks up their spare on lane number 7. Eastwood did get their spare. That'll bring up Ella now, lane number 10. And Ella will get 8 and split, leaving the 4-6. Try to pick up at least one of these. Eastwood gets 9, leaving the 5-pin. Nice ball from Springfield, leaves a solid 10-pin though on lane number 7. Ella looks like she was maybe trying to cut the 6 over into the 4, missed both. Eastwood picks up the spare. Springfield picks up their spare on lane number 7. And a strike from Spencer. And let's see, Defiance picks up 1 out of 3 on lane number 6. Eastwood gets 8 on lane number 9, leaving a 6-10. Jalen now goes through the nose, ends up splitting, leaving the 3, 6, and 7. If she can get to the right of the 3-pin, she might be able to slide that back into the 7. Eastwood misses both on their spare attempt. They'll end up with 8 for the 9th frame. Wauseon ends up leaving the 3-10, picks up 8. Jalen now, spare attempt. Got too far right, picked up just 1 of the 3. Napoleon will finish the 9th Baker game with 138. One of the Liberty Center teams with 2 strikes in the 10th. On their, I believe it's the 9th Baker game. Eastwood finishes the 9th Baker, or the 8th Baker game. 9th Baker game. 103. Perrysburg finishes the 8th Baker game with a 106. Evergreen is on the last ball, 10th frame with the 8th Baker game. Liberty Center went 3 strikes in the 10th for a 185. I'm not sure if that's the varsity or the JV. Anthony Wayne with a strike on lane number 5. Carly starts out the 10th Baker game with a strike for Napoleon. That'll bring up Sophia. So Perrysburg finished with a 106 in game number 8, and Evergreen finished with a 117. Sophia gets 3 on her first ball. Defiance misses their spare attempt on lane number 6. Sophia now, lane 9. Picks up 5 more. That's a total of 8 in the second. Eastwood, lane number 10. Little heavy. Ends up leaving the 3-6. Ella up now, lane number 9 for Napoleon. That one comes in light, ends up leaving the 1-2-10. Wauseon gets 9, leaving a 10 pin on lane number 8. Ella now, spare attempt, picks up 2 out of the 3. Need to get a little further left. Left of the head pin, that is. Eastwood leaves the 5-10 split. Jalen up now, number 4 spot. Gets 9, leaves the 10 pin. The other Liberty Center team finished with a 103. Wauseon finishes the 8th Baker game with a total of 125. And Springfield finishes with, oh, I'm sorry, that was the 9th win for them. Defiance picks up their spare in the 10th. They'll get 1 more. And Spencer gets 7 on her first ball of the 5th frame, leaving the 2-4-5. Anthony Wayne finishes with 101. And Defiance finishes with 131. Eastwood picks up their spare in lane number 10. That'll bring up Spencer. This is game number 10 for Napoleon. Picks up the spare. Eastwood gets 9, leaving the 10 pin standing. Springfield, lane number 7, hits heavy, ends up leaving the 4-7. Carly back up for Napoleon on lane number 9. And she gets 8, leaving the 6-10. Carly had picked up her spare. Brings up Sophia now. And Sophia will pick up about 4. Eastwood up now. This is their 8th frame. The 10th Baker picks up 8. Sophia now, spare attempt, lane number 9. And she'll pick up about 2 more. Eastwood missed their spare attempt. Springfield missed their spare attempt on lane number 8. Ella up now for Napoleon. And they all drop for Ella, strike for her. Jalen up now, 9th frame. And she gets the 10-pin drop, leaving just the 4-7. Much easier spare. So that's 8 in the 9th for Jalen right now. Spare attempt upcoming. Eastwood misses their spare attempt in the 9th. Wauseon ends up splitting, leaves the 2-7 on lane number 7. And Jalen misses both in the 9th frame. That'll bring up Spencer. Eastwood gets 9 on their first ball in the 10th. Spencer with a solid 10-pin left. Wauseon with a nice spare there on lane number 7, picks up the 2-7. Eastwood picks up their spare on lane number 10. Springfield gets the 5-pin to drop, leaving just the 7 behind. That's 9. Spencer picks up her spare, lane number 9. She'll get 1 more in the 10th. Springfield picks up the 7-pin spare. Spencer now, last ball, again gets 9, and Napoleon will finish the last Baker game with 127. Eastwood with 117. Leaving the washout 1, 2, 4, and 10 on lane number 6. Wauseon picks up the 7-pin for their spare on lane number 7. Anthony Wayne, their spare attempt, picks up 3 out of the 4. And 9 for Wauseon, leaving a 10-pin standing on lane number 7. Springfield misses their spare, won't get any additional pins. 6 in the 4th frame for them. They're on the 9th Baker game. And Wauseon will miss their spare attempt in the 5th frame of the 9th Baker game. Liberty Center, I'm not sure if it's the varsity or the JV girls, finished the 10th Baker game with a 155. Wauseon picks up 7, leaving the 2-4-5 on lane number 7. Springfield gets 6, leaving the 1-2-4 and 7. Anthony Wayne picks up a couple more, ends up a total of 6 pins in the 6th frame of the 9th Baker game. Liberty Center's other team finished the 10th Baker with a 134. So we've got 6 teams still finishing up game number 9, so they'll have one more Baker game to go. Napoleon, Eastwood, and both of the Liberty Center and varsity and JV girls teams are finished. Wauseon gets 8 there, leaving the 5-9. Defiance ends up with 9, leaving just the 6 pin. Evergreen finished the 9th game with a 142. Perrysburg with a 123. They're moving on to the 10th Baker. Wauseon chops, picking up just 1. Defiance picks up their spare. That's in the 7th frame of the 9th game. Springfield gets 9 on lane number 8. That's in the 7th frame, 9th game. Wauseon with a strike on lane number 7, frame number 8, 9th game. Springfield picks up their spare. 7th frame, moving on to the 8th. Springfield leaving the 5-10 split on lane number 8. Gets 6 in the 8th frame. Defiance misses their spare attempt. Wauseon picking up 8, leaving the 1-2 on lane number 7. After the finished the 10th Baker game for boys and girls, we will be taking a short break for lunch. Probably half hour, 45 minutes, I'm guessing. Stay tuned to the channel. We'll let the stream run. Defiance picks up 8 on lane number 6. Wauseon with a spare in the 9th, moving on to the 10th frame of the 9th Baker game. And she gets a strike for Wauseon, lane number 7. Second ball, 10th frame. Another strike for Wauseon. Defiance now, first ball, 10th frame. And she gets a strike down lane number 5. Anthony Wayne, first ball, 10th frame. That's a strike from her. Springfield now, first ball, 10th frame. And a strike. Perrysburg just picked up their spare on lane number 4. All right, so Wauseon finished with a 158 in the 9th Baker game. Anthony Wayne finished the 9th Baker game with an 87. Defiance with a 116. Springfield getting ready to finish up right now. And she picks up the spare, and they'll finish with a 135. All right, so everybody's moving on to the 10th Baker game now. So Wauseon and Springfield on 7 and 8, and Defiance and Anthony Wayne on 5 and 6. And we've got Perrysburg and Evergreen midway through the 10th game. Perrysburg picks up their spare in the 5th frame. As soon as all the teams are done, we'll get a scoring recap here for you. After 6 games, as a reminder, I had Napoleon in 3rd for the girls, and Napoleon boys were leading the field. Wauseon picked up their spare on lane number 8. Anthony Wayne gets 9 in the 1st frame. Defiance picks up 7, leaving the 127 on lane number 6. Springfield now, spare attempt, lane number 7. Gets that one too far to the left. Pulled that one, missed both. Wauseon now ends up picking up 5. That's 6 total for them in the 2nd frame. Wauseon gets 9, leaving the 5 pin. Anthony Wayne picks up 5 on her first ball, lane number 5. Springfield will pick up 1 more. That's a total of 7 in lane number 7 in the 2nd frame. Wauseon picks up their spare on lane number 8. Wauseon with 9 pins, leaving the 10 pin. Anthony Wayne with 8 down on lane number 5, leaving the 4-7. Springfield with, looks like 6 there. Leaving the 1, 3, 6, and 9. Wauseon picks up the spare on lane number 8. That's their 4th frame, last Baker game. Anthony Wayne won't pick up the spare. Evergreen picks up 9 way down on lane number 3, leaving a 10 pin. That's to start their 10th frame. Defiance picks up 6 more. That's a total of 7 for them in the 4th frame. 9 for Anthony Wayne, leaving the 7 pin standing. And Evergreen will finish with a 127 for the final Baker game. Perrysburg picks up 1 additional in the 9th. That's a total of 8 in the 9th for them. Anthony Wayne picks up their spare. That's 5th frame. Wauseon picks up the spare on lane number 8. Nice spare there from Springfield on lane number 7. Picks up the 2-4-5. Wauseon picks up 9, leaving a 7 pin. Perrysburg finishes the 10th Baker game with a 129. Springfield with a strike in the 5th frame on lane number 7. Wauseon starts that one out too far to the right, won't get the spare. Defiance gets 7, leaves the 1-2-4. Anthony Wayne picks up 6, leaves the 1-2-4-7. Wauseon got 7, leaves the 2-4-5. Getting ready for her spare attempt. And she picks up the spare. Nicely done. Defiance getting 6 on lane number 6, leaving the 1-3-6-10. Anthony Wayne gets 8, leaving the 1-2. Wauseon gets 9, leaves a 7 pin, lane number 8. That's their 8th frame. And Anthony Wayne will pick up 1 out of the 2 on lane number 5, total of 9 in the 8th frame. And Anthony Wayne picks up 8 in the 9th frame, splits, leaving the 6-7. Springfield with 9, Defiance with 9, leaving the 10 pin on lane number 6. Springfield has a 6 on her first ball, getting ready for her spare attempt here. Looks like the 1, 3, 6, 9 left. Anthony Wayne missed their spare attempt. We'll end up with a total of it says a total of 9, but Anthony Wayne getting 9. First ball in the 10th frame, leaving a 5 pin. Springfield hits heavy on lane number 7, leaves the 4 pin. Wauseon can't pick up the spare on lane number 8. And a strike for Defiance to start the 10th frame. And Anthony Wayne picks up their spare. They'll get one more in the 10th frame. Springfield won't pick up the spare. Defiance with 6 on her second ball. Anthony Wayne picking up 8 additional pins. They'll finish with 95 for the 10th Baker game. Wauseon gets ready to start the 10th frame. Ends up leaving the 310. Gets 8. Springfield with 8 in the 9th frame, leaving the 610. And Wauseon picks up 1 out of the 2, and they'll finish with a 138. Defiance finishes with a 133 for the 10th Baker game. Springfield getting ready to finish the 9th frame here. And she chops, getting 1 out of 2. They'll bring up their final bowler. And they'll start off the 10th frame with a strike. Second ball, 10th frame for Springfield. Heavy on that one, ends up leaving the 10 pin. Last ball for Springfield, lane number 7. And she picks it up, and they'll finish with a 119. All right, we'll take a couple minutes to just pause the audio while they're calculating scores, and then we'll come back and recap everybody, and then we'll be taking a break for lunch. All right, I've got an update on the girls. I've got Liberty Center's JV team after 10 Baker games is in first place with 15-22. Napoleon is in second place at 15-13, 9 pins back. Then we've got Wauseon in third. Liberty Center's varsity team in fourth. Evergreen in fifth. And Springfield in sixth. Those are your top 6 teams. Those will be the ones that are moving on. Then we have Defiance, Perrysburg, Eastwood, and Anthony Wayne rounding out the top 10. All right, we're working on getting the boys' scores added up and tallied. Just as a reminder, they're going to cut to the top 6. They're going to bowl 2 more Baker games and then cut to the top 4, resetting the scores back to 0. And then after we get the top 4, we're going to bowl another 2 Baker games, reset the scores, and then the top 2 teams will face off in a finals. All right, for the boys, I've got Napoleon leading with 1968. Springfield is next at 1885. Then Defiance in third. Evergreen in fourth. Perrysburg in fifth. Anthony Wayne in sixth. Those are your teams moving on. And then we have Eastwood, Liberty Center, Wauseon, and Perrysburg JV rounding out the top 10.
Going to go over the results for the qualifying round. Make sure if you have any discrepancies, you get up here and let us know right away. But we will be starting with 6th place finish for the girls. Would be Springfield with a 13:44. In 5th place with a 13:66 is Evergreen. In 4th place with a 14:49 is the Liberty Center varsity team. In 3rd place, Wauseon with a 15:09. In 2nd place with a 15:13 Napoleon. And in 1st place with a 15:22 Liberty Centre JV. So your matchups now going forward, you're going to be doing 2 games against the field. On lane 1 and 2 will be LC, JV, and Springfield on 1 and 2. On 5 and 6 will be Napoleon and Evergreen. On 9 and 10 will be Wauseon, Liberty Center varsity. And we'll be starting back up at 1:30 for that. Cheeseburger, onion rings, Becky at snack bar. All right, for the boys' results, in 6th place, Anthony Wayne with a 1773. 5th place, Perrysburg with a 1778. 4th place with a 1793 Evergreen. 3rd place with an 1832 Defiance. 2nd place with an 1885 Springfield. 2nd place with a 1st place with a 1968 Napoleon. And the matchups are going to be on 15 and 16, Napoleon and Anthony Wayne. 19 and 20, Springfield, Perrysburg. 23 and 24, Defiance, Evergreen. And again, we'll be starting that back up at 1:30. The higher seed team will get the choice of starting lane. And you're just going to be doing, everybody's going to be doing 2 games against the field. And then we will cut to the top 4 after the next 2 games. Trenton Dairy, fries are ready at snack bar. Anybody lose some wireless earbuds? We got them here at the counter. It's in a tiny black case. Raycon earbuds. for Deanna and Snackbar. Wings and burgers for Shay. Hamburger, 2 cheeseburgers, Benny. Pretzel right, Sarah. Come on, you girls, grab your equipment. Take it to 5 and 6, please. Right now. Marcia, you got score sheets passed out. Yeah, see your cookie pizza's ready. be starting up here shortly, but we're going to do it like this. You're going to get 2 balls on each lane, and then the higher seed can determine which lane you want to start on. Back off for Mindy. Did everybody look to see if you were missing some Recon earbuds? Small black case. Still haven't been cleaned. Mindy. All right, bowlers, go ahead and report to your lanes for your 2 balls on each lane. Cassie Cookie Pizza. You can go ahead and start your warm-ups anytime.
just finishing up some warm-ups here for the next round. We've got Liberty Center's JV girls who are leading after the first 10 Baker games down on lane number 1 along with Springfield. We've got our Napoleon Wildcat Lady Cats on lanes 5 and 6 with Evergreen. And then down on lanes 9 and 10, we've got Wauseon and Liberty Center varsity team. We're going to be bowling 2 Baker games. Top 4 will move on. After that, we'll bowl another 2 Baker games. And that will set the finals. Down on the boys' side, we've got Napoleon leading. They're bowling with Anthony Wayne. Then we've got, it looks like, Perrysburg and Springfield bowling together. And then it looks like Defiance and trying to make out who the other ones are down there. Evergreen will be down in the other lane for the boys. Napoleon girls averaged 151.3 for the first 10 Baker games. Mistaken, I think each team gets 2 balls on each lane as a warm-up. Should be getting started here in just a few minutes. Remember, it's the top 4 out of the field. It's not. This is not a head-to-head situation. All right, we'll be back in just a couple minutes when the matches get started.
be gathering your score sheets after your second Baker game, and then we'll tally the results and let you know. So make sure you find the same scorekeepers that were grabbing your scores for the first time.
All right, looks like we're about ready to get started here. All right, Evergreen's up now, lane number 6, first game. That one hits heavy and goes right through the nose, ends up leaving a 4-7-10 split, or 4-6-7 split. Springfield gets started with a strike down on lane number 2. Carly Hohenbrink up now for Napoleon, lane number 5. Wauseon starts with 8 and a split, leaving the 4-10. Carly with a solid 10 left. Evergreen now trying to pick up at least 2 here. Nope, gets that one started a little too far left. She'll pick up 7 in her first frame. Wauseon, spare attempt down on lane number 10. Missed. Carly picks up her 10 pin. Liberty Center Varsity got 7 on her first ball, picks up 2 more, total of 9. Liberty Center Junior Varsity picks up 1 more, gets a total of 8 in the second frame. Evergreen gets 7, leaving the 2-4-5 on lane 6. Ashlyn up for Napoleon, now lane number 5. Gets that one started a little far left, gets 5, ends up leaving the 1-3-6-7-10. Or I'm sorry, 1-3-6-8-10. Evergreen picks up 1 more. That's a total of 8 for them. Liberty Center Varsity with a split, the 4-7-10. Try to pick up 2 here. Nope, just ends up with 7 for the frame. And Ashlyn won't convert the spare. She'll end up with 5 for the frame. Springfield picks up a total of 9 in the third frame. Ella up now for Napoleon on lane number 5. Nice looking ball for a strike from Ella. That one had a lot of rotation. Got it out where she needed to. Spare for Evergreen on lane number 6. Jalen up now. Lane number 5 for Napoleon. Another nice looking ball. There's another strike for Napoleon. 2 back-to-back. Got a strike for the Liberty Center JV team down the 4th frame. Picks up 8 down on lane number 1 there. Evergreen picks up 9. Leaves the 6 pin. Spencer up now for Napoleon. Another good looking ball and another strike for Napoleon. 3 in a row now for Napoleon. Liberty Center picks up their spare, the JV team down on lane number 1. Liberty Center's varsity team comes in light, leaves the 1-2-8. Carly now, nice ball, strike, 4 in a row now for Napoleon. Strike for Wauseon in the 6th frame, down on lane number 10. Evergreen here, lane number 6. Nice ball there for a strike, and that's in the 5th frame. Springfield splits, leaving the 6-7. Ashland now. That one looks a little high. It splits 4-6-7. Looks like she missed her mark maybe a little bit to the inside. Another strike for Evergreen. That's 2 in a row now for them. Strike for the Liberty Center varsity team down on lane number 9. Liberty Center junior varsity ends up getting 7 on the last ball on lane 1, leaving the 1, 2, and 9. Ashland won't pick up anymore, ends up with 7 for the frame. 9 for Evergreen, leaving a 4-pin. Liberty Center picks up 8, leaving the 3-10 on lane number 9 for the varsity team. Ella with another strike on lane number 5. Good looking ball from her. Strike for Liberty Center's JV team down on lane number 1. Spare for Evergreen on lane number 6. And a spare from Liberty Center's varsity on lane number 9. Jalen now up on lane number 5. That one's a strike. Wauseon missed their spare attempt in the 8th frame. Liberty Center varsity with 9, leaving a 5-pin. Evergreen leaving the 1, 2, 10 on lane number 6. Spencer now. Nice ball. Another strike to start the 10th frame. That's 3 more in a row now. Springfield misses their spare attempt. Liberty Center's junior varsity gets a spare in the 9th. Evergreen picks up 2 more. Finishes the 8th frame with 9. Liberty Center varsity gets 9, leaving a 10-pin. Spencer getting 9. Can't get the 7-pin to drop. It's wiggling, but not enough. Evergreen gets 7, leaving the 2, 4, 5. Strike for the Liberty Center junior varsity down on lane 1. Oh, Spencer pulled that one. But Napoleon finishes the first Baker game with a 209. Liberty Center varsity gets 9, leaving the 7-pin on lane number 9. Springfield getting 9, leaving a 10-pin. Liberty Center's junior varsity get 8, but it's a split. Looks like maybe the 6-7. Wauseon can't convert the 10-pin. Or I'm sorry, it was 9 on their final ball. They'll end up with 159. Liberty Center varsity with 130 in the first Baker. Evergreen gets a strike to start the 10th frame. Springfield with 9 to start the 10th. Liberty Center junior varsity has got 156. Waiting for Evergreen to finish up here. And 9 for them in the second ball. That leaves leaving a 4-pin standing. Liberty Center varsity getting started with their second Baker game. Starts out with 8. Or I'm sorry, 9. No, it's 8. Liberty Center picks up 1. Evergreen gets started with 3. Carly gets started with 7. Leaves the 2-4-5. Wauseon misses their spare attempt on lane number 9. Evergreen picks up their spare on lane number 5. Springfield, 9, leaves the 4-pin. Carly picks up her spare on lane number 6. Evergreen hits heavy, leaves the 3-6-10. Liberty Center varsity picks up 9, leaving the 2-pin. Liberty Center's junior varsity down on lane number 2 picks up 6, leaving the 1-2-4-8. Evergreen now missed their spare attempt. Springfield missed their spare attempt down on lane 1. Liberty Center junior varsity picks up their spare lane 2. Wauseon picks up 3 out of the 4 on lane number 9. Ashland's second ball picks up 7. Evergreen picks up 9, leaves a 3-pin. Wauseon with a strike on lane number 9. Liberty Center varsity gets 7, leaves the 2-5-7. Ella gets them all to drop for a strike on lane number 6. Springfield picks up their spare down on lane number 1. Strike for Wauseon on lane number 9. A spare conversion for Evergreen on lane number 5. Jalen now lane number 6. Oh, good looking ball. Can't get the 7 to drop. Wauseon gets them all to drop though for a strike. That's 3 in a row now for them. Liberty Center varsity gets 9, leaving a 6-pin. Liberty Center junior varsity got 2 out of 3 in the 5th frame. Total of 9 for the frame. Wauseon gets 9, leaves the 5-pin on lane 9. Liberty Center varsity gets the spare in the 6th frame. 9 for Liberty Center's junior varsity, leaving the 10-pin. That's 8 for the varsity, Liberty Center varsity, number 10. Jalen missed her spare attempt. Now it's Spencer. Nice ball from Spencer for a strike. Liberty Center's junior varsity on lane number 2. That one hit heavy, never got back, or never got to the head pin, leaves the 1-3-6. Liberty Center Varsity picks up the spare down on lane 10. Wauseon now, lane 9. Gets 9, leaves the 7 pin. Evergreen now, their spare attempt on lane number 5. Picks up 1, doesn't quite get it to the other one to drop. Carly now, lane 6. Nice ball strike for Napoleon. 2 in a row there. Springfield with 2 strikes in a row in the 4th and 5th frames. That one splits, leaving the 6, 7, and 10. Liberty Center's junior varsity, though, with a strike on the 8th frame. Ashland now for Napoleon. Oh, got high. Gets 9, though. Leaves the 10 pin. Liberty Center's junior varsity with another strike, 2 in a row, 8 and 9 frames. Wauseon picks up the spare in the 9th frame. Liberty Center varsity now, spare attempt, 9th frame. She's got it. Ashland now, spare attempt. This is 7th frame. She's got it. Liberty Center junior varsity gets 9, leaving the 6 pin. Evergreen ends up with 3 for the frame in the 6th frame. Ella now up for Napoleon. Nice roll. Oh, 7 pin stays standing. Liberty Center's junior varsity picks up the spare and starts the 10th frame. They'll have 1 more. Wauseon picks up 1 out of 2. They'll finish the 2nd Baker game with a 157. Ella now, spare attempt. Oh, doesn't get back over to it. Liberty Center varsity getting 9, leaving the 5 pin. Evergreen won't convert their spare attempt in frame number 7. Springfield with 9, leaving the 5 pin. Jalen gets 9, can't get the 10 to drop. Liberty Center's varsity puts up a 178 in the 2nd Baker game. Liberty Center's junior varsity puts up a 185. Jalen picks up the spare in 9th frame. Springfield now, spare attempt. Misses. That's in the 9th frame for them. Spencer up now, 10th frame. Nice ball, strike. Springfield now, 9th frame. Picks up 9, leaves the 2 pin. Spencer now, 2nd ball, 10th frame. Another nice ball, that's another strike. All right, Spencer's last ball, 10th frame. Another good-looking ball and another strike. That's 3 in a row there. 172 for Napoleon. Springfield now is getting ready to start the 10th frame. Evergreen misses their spare attempt in the 9th. That's 9 for Springfield, leaving a 7-pin. Evergreen now, 10th frame. Gets 9, leaves a 5-pin. Springfield trying to convert their spare here in the 10th frame. On lane 1. She's got it. All right, Evergreen, last ball, or I'm sorry, looking for the spare in the 10th frame and one more ball. And she gets it. Springfield picks up 7 in the 142. And 8 for Evergreen, and they'll finish with a 119 in the second Baker. All right, as we're waiting for the scores to get tallied here. Napoleon should advance to the next round. I think both Liberty Center teams should advance to the next round. Again, this is just my unofficial scorekeeping in my head, so don't put any faith or stock into it. All right. So I've got Napoleon in the lead with 381. Liberty Center Junior Varsity 341. Wauseon 316, and Liberty Center Varsity 308.
In second is Liberty Center JV with 341. In third is Wauseon with 3816, and Liberty Center Varsity in fourth with 308. Those are your advancers.
So Evergreen and Springfield will not advance for the girls.
And Liberty Center Varsity on 3 and 4. And then that would be Liberty JV and Wauseon on 7 and 8.
All right, so Napoleon moving to lanes 3 and 4.
There will be no warm-ups going into this round.
And I think they'll be bowling with Liberty Center's varsity team. And Liberty Center's JV will be bowling with Wauseon. And again, this is not head-to-head. This is
Ladies, if you just hang tight,
top two in the field,
tabulate the boys' scores.
is my understanding. As soon as we have the boys' final totals, then I'll get you those as well. So again, we've got Napoleon, the Liberty Center JV team, then Wauseon, and then Liberty Center's varsity team are your top four for the girls. This will be another two Baker match situation where the top two scores will move on to the finals. There will be no additional warm-up, so once we get started, the match will be underway.
Connor Milchick.
All right, we've got Springfield at 462 for the boys in the lead, with Napoleon in second with 393, Anthony Wayne in third with 391, and Perrysburg in fourth at 372, advancing to the next round. Evergreen at 330 and Defiance at 324 have been eliminated.
All right, advancing for the boys. In first place with a 462 would be Springfield. In second with a 393 Napoleon. In third with 391 Anthony Wayne. And in fourth with a 372 Perrysburg. The matchups will be Springfield and Perrysburg on 17 and 18. Napoleon and Anthony Wayne 21 and 22. Two more games against the field. Then we got to the final two. Your arrows are up. You can begin. Good luck. Good bowling there, right?
Liberty Center with 8. That's their JV team on lane number 7, leaving a 5-10. Wauseon got 7 on their first ball, leaving a 3-6-10. Wauseon picks up 1 out of the 3. Liberty Center won't get any additional. Carly now for Napoleon to get things started. Good looking ball. 8-pin would not drop. Liberty Center varsity starting out with 7 pins, leaving a 1-2-8. Carly now, spare attempt. She covers. Liberty Center, varsity, missed their spare attempt. Ends up with 7 for the first frame. Ashlyn up now, lane number 4 for Napoleon. Wauseon with a 7 open in the second frame. Ashlyn pulled that one a little bit. Liberty Center with 9, leaving a 10 pin for their varsity girls. Liberty Center's junior varsity with a 2-7 on lane number 7. Ashlyn picks up, looks like 5 on her second ball. Now that'll bring up Ella. Liberty Center varsity picks up the 10 pin. Wauseon picks up a spare, the 7 pin. Liberty Center junior varsity missed the spare attempt, ends up with 8 in the third. Ella now, nice ball, 10 pins in the pit for a strike. 9 for Liberty Center varsity, leaving the 2 pin. Liberty Center junior varsity, that one hits heavy, gets 9, leaves the 6 pin. Jalen now, that one comes in heavy, gets lucky, leaves just the 6 pin standing. Liberty Center varsity misses their spare on lane number 3. Liberty Center junior varsity picks up their spare on lane 7. Wauseon gets 9, leaving a 4 pin. Jalen now, spare attempt, got it. Liberty Center varsity gets 9, leaving a 2 pin. Junior varsity gets 8, leaving the 3-10 baby split. Spencer up now, Napoleon, lane number 4. Gets 9, leaves 10 pin. Liberty Center varsity picks up their spare. Liberty Center junior varsity picks up a spare, nice ball. Spencer misses inside on her spare attempt. Liberty Center varsity getting 7, leaving the 4-5-7. Wauseon gets 9, coming off of a 9 spare in the last frame. Carly up now, lane number 4. Nice ball from Carly, that's another strike. Liberty Center varsity, spare attempt. Gets that one started outside. It gets 2 out of the 3. Ashland now. Nice ball from her. The 9-pin drops for a strike. 2 in a row now for Napoleon. Cries of wrong side, strong side ring out from Napoleon after Ashland's ball, but a strike is a strike. Ella's up now for Napoleon. And a strike for Ella. 3 in a row now for Napoleon. Liberty Center varsity picks up their spare on lane number 3. Jalen now. That one gets 9, leaves the 4-pin standing. Wauseon gets a total of 9 in the 7th frame. Liberty Center Junior Varsity picks up 1 more. That's a total of 8 in the 7th frame for them. Liberty Center Varsity leaving a 3-6-10 on lane number 3. Jalen now, spare attempt. Oh, misses inside. Ball never looked like it broke. Looks like it stayed in the oil. She might have wanted a little bit more angle on that one. Liberty Center picks up their spare on lane number 3. Wauseon back-to-back strikes in the 8th and 9th frames. There's a strike from Spencer in the 10th frame. Liberty Center Varsity gets a strike in the 8th frame. Liberty Center Junior Varsity gets 9 in the 9th, leaving a 7-pin. Liberty Center Varsity gets 9, leaves the 4-pin. That's in the 9th frame. Wauseon with a strike. That's 3 in a row now to start the 10th. Spencer with a strike, 2 in the 10th. Liberty Center Junior Varsity missed their spare attempt in the 9th frame. Liberty Center Varsity picks up their spare in the 9th frame. Wauseon, another strike in the 10th. That's the second one in the 10th, 4 total. And Spencer gets 9 to finish the 10th frame. Napoleon with a 179 in the first Baker. Liberty Center Junior Varsity looking at a split here. They've got the 8-10 left in the 10th frame. Wauseon gets 9, finishes with a 181 for the first Baker game. 2 pins ahead of Napoleon. Liberty Center Varsity finishes with a 143, and Liberty Center's Junior Varsity finishes with a 103. So Wauseon with a 2-pin advantage moving into the next Baker game. All right, switching lanes. All right, Wauseon starts out with 9 on lane number 7. Liberty Center Varsity starts out with 6, leaving the 1-2-4-10 washout. Carly, first ball, strike for Napoleon. Liberty Center Junior Varsity picks up all but 1 in their first frame. That's 9 in the first frame for them. Liberty Center Varsity picks up 1 additional pin. That'll be a total of 7 for them in the first frame. Wauseon missed their spare attempt in the first. Ashland for Napoleon picks up 1. Ends up pulling that one just a little bit. Liberty Center Varsity gets 9, leaving a 4-pin. Liberty Center Junior Varsity got 9, leaving the 5-pin. Wauseon got 7, leaving the 1, 2, 4. Liberty Center's Junior Varsity picks up the spare. Ashland now up on lane 3 for Napoleon. That's a good looking ball. Picks up another 6 pins, total of 7. Strike for the Junior Varsity. Liberty Center down on lane number 8. Liberty Center's Varsity missed their spare attempt on lane number 4. Wauseon picks up their spare on lane number 2. That's their second frame. Ella up now for Napoleon. That one came in heavy, ends up leaving just the 10-pin. Strike for the Liberty Center Junior Varsity down on lane 8. A split for the Liberty Center Varsity, the 5-7. 7 for Wauseon, leaving the 1-2-8 on lane 7. Liberty Center Junior Varsity gets 8, leaving the 3-6. Ella will miss the spare attempt on lane number 3. Liberty Center Varsity picks up 1 out of 2. Jalen up now for Napoleon. Strike for Jalen. Wauseon picks up 1 additional in the third. That's a total of 8. Junior Varsity for Liberty Center picks up the spare in the 5th frame. Liberty Center's Varsity got 9. Spencer up now for Napoleon. Strike for Spencer. 2 in a row there. Liberty Center's Junior Varsity gets 9, leaves the 7-pin. Liberty Center's Varsity misses another spare attempt. Carly up now for Napoleon, lane number 3. And leaves a 4-pin. And Liberty Center gets the strike on lane number 4 for their varsity. Wauseon had a strike in the 4th frame. Now their 5th bowler up. And splits, leaving the 3, 6, and 7. Liberty Center's Varsity also splits, leaving the 1, 2, 10. Carly picks up the spare there on lane number 3 in the 6th frame for Napoleon. Liberty Center's Junior Varsity picks up 5. That's in the 7th frame. Liberty Center's Varsity won't get any additional pins. That's 7 pins total for the 6th frame. Wauseon with a split here. 3, 6, 7. Ashland with a strike for Napoleon down on lane number 3. Wauseon picks up 2 out of the 3 in the 5th frame. Ella up after Wauseon's Varsity bowler. Strike for Liberty Center on lane number 4. Ella with 9, leaving a 6-pin. Liberty Center's Junior Varsity gets 7, leaving the 1, 2, 8. Ella now spare attempt on the 6-pin here. And she's got it. Wauseon had a strike in the 6th frame. They'll get 9 pins to start the 7th. Liberty Center's junior varsity picks up the 3 pins, the 1-2-8. Liberty Center's varsity picks up their 2 pins for a spare in the 8th frame. Jalen with a solid 10 pin gets 9. Liberty Center's junior varsity gets 9, can't get the 7 to drop on lane 4. Liberty Center's junior varsity got 8, leaving the, looks like the 5-9. Jalen now, spare attempt. Oh, missed inside. Wauseon missed a spare attempt on lane number 7. Liberty Center varsity picked up their spare. Spencer with a strike to start the 10th frame. Wauseon gets 9, leaving a 5 pin on lane number 7. That's their 8th frame. Liberty Center gets 9 to start the 10th frame, leaving the 4 pin. Spencer now, second ball, 10th frame. Gets 8, leaving a 6-10. Wauseon picks up the spare. That's in the 8th frame. Liberty Center junior varsity misses their spare attempt, ends with a 149. Liberty Center's varsity team finished with a 123. Napoleon picks up the spare, Spencer does, finishes with a 170. Wauseon with a 9 in the 9th frame, left the 10 pin. And Wauseon picks up the spare. By my unofficial count, Napoleon should advance, the girls should advance to the finals. If I had to guess, depending on how Wauseon finishes here, I think it'll be Wauseon, but that could change. Again, this is just numbers in my head, nothing official yet. Wauseon starts 10th frame with 9. And that one looked like it came out of the gutter. Yep, there's a score correction already. And Wauseon will finish with a 137 for the second Baker. As soon as we get totals for the boys' side, I'll get those to you as well, and just like I will for the girls. All right, so I've got Napoleon in the lead, 349. Wauseon next with 318. And then Liberty Center's varsity at 266 and junior varsity at 252. So Napoleon and Wauseon moving on to the next round.
Girls Paperback Championship match will be held on lanes 5 and 6 between Napoleon with a 349 and Wauseon with a 318. Liberty Center varsity had a 266 and Liberty Center JV had a 252. This round of bakers will be best of 3 bakers.
All right, as you heard Randy just announce, it'll be a best of 3. Not total pin, but best of 3. So it doesn't matter how many you win by, as long as you win. Should have the boys' scores coming in. The first ones have started to trickle in. All right, and here's your boys' update. We have Springfield is number 1 with 390. Anthony Wayne is second with 372, just edging out Napoleon, who's in third with 370, and Perrysburg with 329. So Napoleon boys will not advance to the finals.
In third, Napoleon with a 370, and in fourth, Perrysburg with a 329. This will be a best of 3 bakers, boys. Good luck, good bowling.
All right, so Napoleon started out with a strike and an 8, leaving the 4-7. Wauseon started out with an 8 spare. They got 7 with a 2-4-5 left. And Ashland picks up one more.
Cookie pizza for Riley.
Ella up now. That one hits heavy and splits, leaving the 4-6, 7-9, 10 Greek Church. If she can pick up at least 3 here, that'd be helpful. Wauseon picks up 1 out of 3. Ooh, she got so close. Picks up. She picks up 3 out of the 5. Wauseon with 9, leaving a 5 pin. Jalen with 9, leaving a 6 pin. Wauseon picks up their spare, 3rd frame. Jalen picks up her spare. Wauseon with a strike in the 4th frame. Spencer up now for Napoleon. Nice ball strike for Spencer. Seven for Wauseon, leaving the 3-6-9. Carly up now, lane number 5 for Napoleon. And she gets all 10 to drop for a strike. That's 2 in a row now for Napoleon. And Wauseon picks up their spare. Ashlyn now, frame number 7. Best of 3. Nice ball, Ashlyn for a strike. Now 3 in a row for Napoleon. Wauseon picks up 8, leaving the 6-10. Ella gets them all to drop for a strike. 4 in a row now for Napoleon. Wauseon chops, picks up the 10, leaves the 6 standing. That's 9 in the 6th frame for them. Jalen now. Nice ball. Cuts into the pocket at the very last second for a strike. 5 in a row now for Napoleon. Wauseon cuts to the left side, gets a Brooklyn for a strike. 7th frame. Spencer now. 10th frame, lane number 5, gets all 10 to drop for a strike. Wauseon picks up 7, leaving the 2-4-5. And another strike from Spencer, 2 in the 10th for her. And a spare from Wauseon. 8th frame. Wauseon's 9th frame now, lane number 6. And a strike for her. Spencer now, last ball, 10th frame. And a solid 10 pin left. And Napoleon girls start the first Baker with a 235, so they will take game number 1 from Wauseon. Wauseon getting ready to start the 10th frame here. And leaves the 5-pin, gets 9. Spare attempt. Picks it up. Wauseon's last ball, 10th frame. And she picks up 6 additional, and they'll finish with a 168. So Napoleon victor in the first Baker game, 235 to 168. They'll switch lanes. Wauseon getting ready to start the second Baker game. And she picks up 7, leaving the 128. Carly now, lane number 6 for Napoleon. Good looking ball for a strike to start things out for the Lady Cats. Wauseon getting 2 out of 3 on the first frame. That'll be 9 total. Ashlyn now up, lane number 6. That looks good. Oh, and it splits on her, leaving the 8-10. That looked like a good ball. That didn't look like a split ball. She got unlucky. Left 10-pin leave and the 8-pin in the same leave. She'll probably just have to try and pick up 1 here. Oh, she tried for it and almost got it. Nice try. Wauseon, spare attempt, successful. Ella now up for Napoleon. And another 8-10 split. Wauseon with 6, leaving the 1-2-4-7. Ella will probably try for 1 here. Looks like she's lining up maybe to try for it. Oh, just missed. Wauseon picks up their spare. Jalen up now. Fourth frame for Napoleon. Leaves the 10 pin. Wauseon gets the 5 pin to kick out of there, leaving just the 7. Gets 9. Oh, Jalen pushed that one. Gets that coming out of the gutter. It won't count. Wauseon's spare attempt now is successful. She's got it. Spencer now. Oh, that one hit heavy, but it carried for a strike. I guess after the 2 8-10s we had, we deserved a little bit of a break. Wauseon picks up 9, leaving a 3 pin. Carly up now. Thank God that 8 pin went down, leaving just the 10. Wauseon picks up the spare. Wauseon now, lane number 5, 6th frame. And it splits on her, leaving the 1, 2, 8, 10. Carly hangs on to pick up the 10 pin. This 1, 2, 8, 10, this is a hard spare to pick up. Best bet's just to pick up the 3 and move on for Wauseon. Because you know, in order to carry the 2, 8, you either have to drive the 1 into the 2, 8 or hit it straight and try and kick the 1 over towards the 10. And she won't get any additional pin count. Finishes with 6 in the 6th. And a strike for Ashlyn, lane number 6 for Napoleon. Wauseon now, lane number 5. Comes in light, gets 7, leaving the 1, 2, 4. Ella up now. See what adjustment she made after her last ball. That one crosses the head pin, but at least no 8s, 10 split, just a single pin, leaving just the 6 pin, gets 9. Wauseon picks up their spare in the 7th. Ella picks up the spare. Wauseon now ends up leaving the 1, 2, 4, 10 washout. Jalen up now, 9th frame. Napoleon looking to try and close this out here. Oh, 9 leaves the 10 pin. Might have come into the pocket just a little bit light. 6 pin wraps around the 10. And Wauseon picks up 3 out of the 4. Jalen picks up the spare. Wauseon with a strike in the ninth. This one is very close, folks. Spencer gets 9, leaving the 4-pin. Wauseon now start to their 10th frame. Gets 6, 7, 7, leaving the 2, 4, 5. Something happened there. Spencer picks up her spare. Must have been some other pins fall down that I didn't see because they call it 9. She missed her spare. Wauseon finishes with a 138. So Napoleon's got a 143 in the 9th frame, so they should win the second Baker. And Spencer finishes off with a strike and a 163 for Napoleon. So that should do it. Napoleon winning 2-0 in the finals, best of 3 over Wauseon. We'll stay on the air until we get the results of the boys' match down there. All right. Well, I hope everybody has enjoyed the live stream today. I know I've enjoyed doing it. Looks like we got a few more minutes. All right, I'm going to go mute for a little bit and see if I can figure out what the score on the boys' match is. Down between Anthony Wayne and Springfield. All right, so the Springfield and Anthony Wayne final, we are split 1-1, moving into the third and final Baker game. Anthony Wayne right now has 3 strikes in a row. Anthony Wayne had opened the first 2 frames and come back with a strike and 2 9 spares. So a definite advantage to Springfield here. Springfield picks up 9, ends up leaving a 2-pin.
Our silver medalist in the girls division was the Wauseon team, and Baker Bash champions of 2022 Napoleon.
Anthony Wayne splits, ends up leaving the 6-7 on lane number 20. Springfield picks up their spare. Anthony Wayne misses both pins, ends up with an 8 spare or 8 open for the 6th frame. Strike for Springfield. Anthony Wayne with 2 strikes now. Springfield leaving a 10-pin. Anthony Wayne lofts that one. Still gets 9 out of it, leaving a 6-pin. Springfield picks up their spare. Springfield with a definite advantage with 2 frames to go. Anthony Wayne picks up their spare in the 9th. They can finish with the most 181 if they strike out in the 10th. Springfield now, 9th frame. This is the boys' final. Again, I've already taken down the camera, so I apologize we don't have audio or video for you, but Springfield gets 9, leaves the 9-pin. Anthony Wayne to start the 10th frame. And it looks like 8, leaving the 3-9. Springfield picks up their spare. So Springfield will be your winner. Anthony Wayne finishes with a 158. Springfield already has a 178 in the 8th frame. And they start the 10th with a strike. So your winner of the boys' side on the Baker Bash today will be Springfield. Runner-up will be Anthony Wayne. All right. I want to thank everybody for joining us today. We've got 2 away matches coming up this week, one on Thursday and one on Friday. The one on Thursday will be against Springfield, and the one on Friday will be against Ottawa-Glandorf. So have a good weekend, be safe, and as always, go Wildcats.